Are we live? Are we live? Yes, we are. Yay. It's been an interesting afternoon. It's been a very, very annoying afternoon. Anyway, our first leg of the night is going to be from Brisbane to Sydney. You have to give me a few moments because I got to figure out a few things here. The A350 kilo. No cap on one from IniBuilds. And then in terms of this, in terms of which place we can use, we can go ahead and for Brisbane we can take stand 2-4 is what we ended off at. Brisbane stand 2-4. Departure. Go and get a V pilot now. Go and get our flight plan. Let's see here. YBBN-YSSY Bravo November. Off to Yankee Sierra Yankee. And we're in the A350 kilo. So here, yep, that is perfect. Alright, I want to apologize for y'all not being able to see this. Go ahead and open up Volante here in a moment. We can pre-file this on a VATSIM. Connect. We are Speedbird 35 Papa. A35 kilo. There we go. Quickly go ahead and adjust the push to talk button. There we go. There we go. We are connected up to VATSIM and everything. I like how we have the jetway already connected. Gotta get those off. Get those off. Our first leg of the day is off to Sydney, like I said. Alright. Moby flight is up. I'm going to continue to comment on 122.8. Okay. Here we go. External. Actually, where are the batteries? 2, 3, 4. Barnaby, cut it out. Chill. Alright. Give it all a moment. There we go. Gonna get those to nav. Turn that on. Speedbird 35 Papa radio check.
Papa 5, mate.
Thank you. Alright. Get the external power on. There we go. Now we got everything on. Just trying to hope. I was kind of trying to avoid that, but yeah. Whatever, we can use external power. We have a very strict departure time in exactly 10 minutes. So we have to be speedy about all this. Our alignment in 5. Noted. Load sheet, sim brief import. Set R0 fuel weight, set R fuel instant refuel. Alright. Init. Don't like how you can't use that. Go and get that flight plan from BA and AirNott. Insert. Alright. Got that. And we can enter that, enter that, enter that. How many passengers do we have? We have 354. Holy. Nice. You're 10.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. We're delighted to have you with us today. Please take a moment to stow your carry-on items in the overhead compartments or under the seats in front of you. For your safety, larger items should be placed in the overhead bin and smaller items must be securely stored. If you need assistance, our cabin crew is here to help.
Departure.
We'll be pushing back from the gate shortly.
Let's see here. Let me go and open up Novograph because I have no clue what we're looking like. Let's go and open up Novograph, give you all that. Unload that, import from SimBrief. Alright. You're 01 right. 01 right. Ah, that's a bit of a taxi right there. Yeah, I know that. 01 right, bore 4 alpha. Runway 01 right. On the sorry, my bad. The Sengi 2. Sengi 2. There we go. Insert that. Take up performance. See here. Take off performance. Sync FMS. Sync the weather. I want to see METAR. The METAR is saying the wind is 050 degrees 8. Clouds few. Temperature 25. 2.15. The QNH is 1015. Alright, IRS alignment in 3 minutes. I'll be ready by then. We'll go ahead and start the APU in a moment. Alright. Yep. This is saying 1016. How long ago was this? 8 minutes ago. Yeah. 1015. Yep. There we go. Alright. Flaps 1 plus F. Okay, what about flaps 2? Oh, actually, 1 plus F will be fine. Got more, we're light. And we're only going, this is only about a 400 nautical mile trip. The next one's over 1,000 though. Alright, got that, 215 tons. Go ahead and send that to the FMS. Confirm those. Alright. Arrows alignment in 2 minutes. Go ahead and set all those to auto. We can go and get an APU started now. Because we are basically ready, actually. We are the... Alright. We'll be going via Charlie. We'll be taxiing via Charlie and Yankee, Sierra, Tango 1. So we'll line up via. But of course, we still need to wait a minute. GSX, you can go. Think about that. Ground control. GSX, you can go and prepare us for pushback and departure now. Flying up British Airways from Australia to Australia. because that makes perfect sense. Yeah, that APU is available, correct? AFM. Alright. Come on now, GSX. Do your job. Qantas. You can go ahead and use Qantas as a ground operator.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Good, so am I. Go ahead and get dreaded Newsky started. Aim for 10 tonight. Our call sign for today is Bird 35 Papa. And our first leg is to Sydney.
Completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Let me just open up Navgraph. Alright, come on now.
Locking gear.
Brisbane traffic speed bed 35 Papa stand 2-4 push and start. Brisbane traffic. Oh, we want to face nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Alright. Beacon on now. You got yacht cam. Ignition start. Gonna get engine number 1 and engine number 2. It's gonna do it right. This thing's gonna do it correct. Hey, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard this British Airways flight
Welcome aboard this Airbus A350.
to Sydney from Brisbane.
Please pay close attention to this important safety briefing. Fasten your seatbelt by inserting the metal tip into the buckle. To tighten, pull the strap, and to release, lift the top of the buckle. In case of unexpected turbulence, we'd ask that you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever seated. If the cabin pressure changes, oxygen masks will automatically drop. Pull the mask towards you, place it over your nose and mouth, and secure it with the elastic band. Breathe normally. Be sure to secure your own mask before assisting others.
Yeah, I hope if we were to get the transponder
Is
on.
under or beside your seat. If instructed to use it, slip it over your head, fasten the straps, and pull them tight. Inflate by pulling the red tabs or blowing into the mouthpiece. Only inflate your vest when exiting.
It'd also help if we were to get the fuel pumps on.
There is a light and whistle for attracting attention. There are 8 emergency exits on this aircraft. 4 in front of the wing and 4 behind the wing. In the event
I can confirm a good engine start.
follow the illuminated exit signs to the nearest exit. These are being pointed out by your crew now. Please note, the closest exit may be behind you. Please take a moment to review the safety card in your seat pocket for more information. We thank you for your attention, and we hope that
We taxiing via Charlie. Alright, now it's all steering still disconnected.
Locking gear.
There we go. We have a new setup here.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Alright. In the meantime, we can go and do our flight controls check.
Right is clear.
Alright. Flaps full. are extending. Meanwhile, those are extending. Speed brake full. All normal. Full down. Full up. Full left. Full right. Rudder. Other rudder. Flight controls. Actually, yeah, you just have to verify the flaps. That was fully up. Alright. Brisbane traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa taxi to holding point Tango 1 for runway 01 right via Charlie and Zulu to join Sierra. Brisbane traffic. Alright. Alright. DSX can go away. Taxi lights on. And let's go ahead and get a move on here. Let's get a move on everything here. That would help. So you have we have a 400 nautical mile leg, and then we have a 1100 nautical mile leg to do after this. Just go ahead and do the U-turn right here. Go ahead and join Bravo right here. Let me go ahead and get VATSIM radar up real quickly. We are joining Bravo right now. This is a very big airport, Brisbane. It is a very big airport. And we're off to an airport that's even bigger. We're off to Sydney. And today I have a new position of the stick here. So we'll get to see if it improves my landings, which so far in the testing that I've done with David, aka AirNott, it has. It's been very, very beneficial. I briefly used it the other day when I was flying with him on stream. We were in the A321. Round trip between Schiphol and Birmingham. And it worked out very, very well, aside from my creators landing on Birmingham's runway. So I had to dispatch the rapid runway repair crew for that, which we have at AirNott because it happens too often. All right. It happens so often that we have to have our own rapid runway repair crew. We just fly aboard every single flight. And, oh shit, we leave a crater on the runway. Oh dear. Dispatch this crew. And they'll fix it right up. Just ask Dave what he did in Brussels. What they did for him. Alright. I have not actually taken a look at this departure at all. Let's see here. Initial climb 6,000 to Dennis. straight to Boswell, and then go to Dennis. You have a speed restriction of 220 knots. Then yeah, and then in terms of our altitude, what did Simbri put in? 380. How did we're gonna climb, and then we're gonna come back down. That's all I can say. Get that back to arc, please. And either this thing has very, very, very out of date nav data. Actually, this thing probably does have very out of date nav data. Hey, Seb. Off to Sydney from Brisbane in a British Airways. Don't ask me how that makes sense, because it doesn't. But I'm too afraid to use any other call sign on Batson, apparently. Or our call sign's Speedbird 35 Papa, so at least they might get the idea that, oh, it's a positioning flight. And we are technically ending this tour off at Gatwick, so we are so that's it'll take us a few weeks to get there. Alright. Landing lights on now. Nose lights to take off. APU off. Wing lights on. Yeah, we're probably gonna end up using Speedbird under some kind of weird something Papa heavy or whatever. And we never arm those emergency lights. Here. Alright. Flaps 1 now. Ground spoilers 2. Then back. Ground spoilers 2 arm. Water brake on. Depending on the cabin at this point. Flaps are set to their appropriate takeoff position now.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This is your captain speaking from the flight deck.
Hey, that's my job.
On behalf of the entire crew, I'd like to welcome you on board today's flight. We're just about ready for departure, and the weather en route's generally smooth with some light turbulence, so we're expecting a pleasant flight. We'll keep you updated on our progress throughout the flight, but in the meantime, sit back, relax, and enjoy the in-flight entertainment. Thank you for choosing to fly with us today.
Brisbane traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa lining up runway 001 right via Tango 1. Brisbane traffic. Alright. Flight controls, I can go away now. Gavin, are you ready yet? Equalizer up just so you don't muck this up. Come on, Gavin, please be ready. Giving you more than enough time.
Approaching. 19 right.
Oh, is it? We might have to back. I did not read this correctly. Holy. How the hell did I mess this up so badly? Well, I did. Alright, well.
Runway 19 right.
Okay, well. I'm a VATSIM idiot today. Brisbane traffic, Speedbird 35 Hop. I made a bit of a mistake with the taxi. We're gonna go ahead and vacate a 19 right and get back to you shortly. Brisbane traffic. How the hell did I mess this up so badly? We are on the complete opposite side of the airport. Alright, well, in that case, we're going to prepare to take off 01 left. I don't think I've ever done this. I don't think I've ever made this mistake. In my coming up to a year on VATSIM now, I've never made this mistake. Alright. In that case, let's go ahead and prepare for 01 left, because I don't want to taxi all the way. And because I don't want to waste all the fuel, even though we have plenty of fuel on board. Alright. I don't think I've ever made this mistake. Alright, we'll just hold here. Brisbane traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa's holding short of Sierra at Tango 3, fully vacated 19 right. Get back to you shortly, Brisbane traffic. Alright. So, we need to change to 01 left. We are on the appropriate. Wait, what? There we go. On the Singing 2. Alright. Wait. That's on the right. Is that on the correct runway? Hang on. Alright, well, now we have to taxi all the way back. Because, unless we wanted to do a straight out departure. Which we could, theoretically. Let's see here. Taxi down Sierra. Hey, aviation lover. You have witnessed me who made a massive mistake a few moments ago. Taxied to the complete wrong runway. Was meaning to taxi to Brisbane's 01 right. Taxied to Brisbane's 19 right. And so we are on quite literally the opposite side of the airport. Alright, well, in that case, we're not getting out of here for a few minutes. Alright, taxi via. We are at Brisbane. Alright, taxi via Sierra Zulu Alpha. Alright. Yeah, I don't know how. In my whole year of being on VATSIM, I've never made that mistake. Brisbane traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa's taxiing now to the correct runway 01 right via Sierra Zulu and Alpha. Brisbane traffic. I've never made that mistake in my whole year on VATSIM. I've never made that mistake. And how I made it today, I have no clue. It's simply me not paying attention. That's the truth, actually. That's the truth on how I was able to do that. Yes, from the U.S. Baltimore area, which is why we do Baltimore to Heathrow. It's not Dulles to Heathrow, or not JFK to Heathrow. Baltimore to Heathrow. Live just outside of Baltimore, which is a little north of Washington D.C. if you're curious. So, not for much longer though. Got about another 2 years left in this country. And then I'm getting the fuck out. Off to London. So. Oh, nice. From Australia. We are off to Sydney, if we can get airborne. I don't think there's an aircraft. So I don't think there is an aircraft that we could use to get to Heathrow from Reagan. I mean, maybe we could use the A321 XLR. Maybe we could use the A321 XLR. But even then, I don't know. We would need quite a big runway. And DCA does not have that. So. With summer spiders. Oh dear. Don't get me started with my fear of spiders. Yeah, the A321 XLR. It has pretty decent range. Actually, somehow I can get from yeah, the A321 XLR has pretty decent range. So, but that'll be the only aircraft that I think that we could do that in. I mean, of course, we could always fuel midair, but I mean that's not right now, is it? Oh dear. Oh dear. I've done that before. I've done that a few times. All either on my way to or on my way home from work. So I live so close to my job. I just Seb, it's November. It's November. It's not Christmas time yet. It's not Christmas time yet. Don't even get me started on when it's Christmas time. It's November. It's beginning of November. Alright, we're 20 Alpha now. And we have successfully wasted a bunch of fuel. So, it's too early for Christmas. It's too early. And we just had frickin' Halloween. We still have Thanksgiving. We still have Thanksgiving to get through. Consider that. And then at Thanksgiving, all of our streams get extended to be not starting until like 10:30, because this fat ass won't get me any home until 10. Because our hours get extended an extra hour during from like Thanksgiving to Christmas. So. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah. No, I've crashed the bike because of slippery bridges. So, call sign is Speedbird 35 Papa. Speedbird 35 Papa. So at least theoretically, you could say the Papa part is a positioning flight. There's our justification for using a British Airways call sign going from Australia to Australia. Alright, let's do this properly this time. Let's try to do this properly this time. You know, we probably could have shut down the whole engine while we did that, but wait, now I got an even worse departure delay. And we're already looking at a 20-minute departure delay now. With that said, though, Newsky counts it based on when you push back, not when you actually take off. So theoretically, Newsky will be fine with it. That we will have a slight arrival delay then. We have a 400 nautical mile flight. Yeah, I saw that there is ATC in Sydney. Yeah, I did see that. I'm hoping that they are still in line by the time we get there. Aviation over. What time is it over in Australia right now? Do you know? Because it's currently 10:05 p.m. for us and for me right now, and 3:05 a.m. Zulu. So And I know the Zulu off the top of my head now because, as I discussed yesterday. You were in yesterday. You were in yesterday when we took off out of Baltimore, weren't you? Brisbane traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa lining up runway 01 right via Alpha 1. Brisbane traffic. Alright. Takeoff config test. Oh, yes. Oh, holy, it's been like over a week now. Yeah, it really has been over a week. It's basically took a week off because
Approaching 0, 1, right.
yeah, because I built the desk. Yeah, I built the desk, but before that I got busy with work. Then we did a Baltimore to Heathrow last night, and tomorrow night's gonna be a Heathrow to Baltimore.
On
So.
runway 0, 1, right.
All right. Nice. All right, that's your takeoff by the Snag 2. Brisbane traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa taking off runway 001 right by the Snag 2 departure. Brisbane traffic. All right, thrust is set. Manflex 72, SRS green, auto thrust is blue. Airspeed alive. 60 knots, everything normal. – 100 knots, everything's normal. We are beginning to lose a little. 120. V1 and rotate. Alright, positive rate, gear up. Look at that, we took off in nothing. We took off in basically nothing there. Look at that, we took off in basically nothing. Thrust levers to climb now. Flaps are away. Oh, I didn't have yoke cam up for that. Why did I not have yoke cam up for that? Oh, because I forgot. Annoying. Can go ahead and get up for y'all now, though, while we hand fly the aircraft. Brisbane traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa is now airborne, passing 2500, climbing now, flight level 380. Brisbane traffic. Yeah, right now, my current time is 10:09 p.m. So, do not the Australian time is, because I don't know the conversion. I know the Heathrow conversion off the top of my head. But I don't know the Australian time. Or, I guess whatever time it is in Sydney, if you guys have multiple time zones. Alright. Is there a really massive chat lag right now? Because it feels like there always is a bit of a massive chat lag. But it feels like it's even worse today. 2:09 p.m. Thank you, Seb. Thank you. We are off to Sydney. We are off to Sydney as part of the AirNott Around the World tour. They have a very good relationship with the AirNott people. So All right. Now pay attention. This is how you're supposed to fly an Airbus. Very, very, very minor adjustments. 11:10 a.m. Oh, nice. All right, up to 3.8 is here now. Good, Seb. Good. Including maybe renaming the website. Hopefully. To Vatsum Edge. Just note that anything with edge usually doesn't mean it's good. So. Anything named Edge is usually not very good. And you have the Microsoft Edge browser, which the first thing I do is replace Chrome with, or replace it with Chrome. See, aviation lover will be at this for a while. By the way, this is the correct way to fly an Airbus. Nice, nice. If you need help with the domain, I have experience with domains. So I do have experience with domains. So, all right. I'm gonna get the nose down a little. Right. This is the correct way to fly an Airbus plane, by the way. It goes Papua New Guinea. I'll show you in a moment. Alright, we can go ahead and throw the autopilot on now. And I'll go ahead and show you where it goes next. So we're going to go up through Russia and everything up here soon. And we're going to spend a single day in Russia because I do not want to be tied to any of that shit. Let's see here. So, for today, we are knocking out these two legs. So, to go to Auckland. Tonight we're knocking out these two legs. And then, probably Saturday night we'll knock out these 3 legs, will be the hope. But anyway, right now, like I said, we're on this leg, and then tonight we're going to knock out this leg as well. So we're off to New Zealand after this, and then whatever this, then we're off to Suva. However you pronounce that country, right there. And yeah, we're going to make a stop again at Darwin. Eventually, go up through WAG and go up through Russia, and we're going to skip the Koreas. We'll be making a stop at Tokyo. Then eventually we'll get over to Alaska. You can stop at Vancouver and Vegas. Alright, we'll make our way down through Mexico and Panama. Make a stop. I think that's Venezuela. Maybe make 2 stops there. And eventually we'll go through Africa. Why is this annoying me? Yeah, eventually we'll go through Africa, and we get to end the thing off at Heathrow. So we have a way to go still. Alright, this thing's beeping at me to go standard pressure. So yeah, this thing, we have a while to go with this. We're only about 23% completed, and I have a very aggressive goal to have this thing done by Thanksgiving, which I don't know if we're gonna make it, to be honest. Last week really threw us off, because last week I got an unexpected busy week. And we're still trying to maintain weekly Baltimore to Heathrows and weekly Heathrow to Baltimores. So, I mean, by the end of the year, this thing's going to be done by the end of the year. But I'm really hoping we can get this thing done by Thanksgiving, which is in 3 weeks. 3 weeks and some change now, I think. Actually, it's Thursday night now, so yeah, we have 3 weeks to get this thing done.
Huh?
So there's gonna be a lot of streams, a lot of landings. So no, I should be recording this. No, I am. But yeah. And then after this, I'm trying to convince Grumpy to get us a around the U.S. tour, all 50 state capital tour. With that said, though, actually getting to all 50 states is a bit of a challenge because Honolulu, that's a 5-hour flight away. So that's a 5-hour flight away from the closest airport to it, which I think would probably be LAX. So I have this thing somewhere. So it'll be a while before we get, or sorry, I don't know if he's gonna include that one. Sorry, sub. Sorry. That said, though, it is a 5-hour flight, and we're aiming to have everything. We actually want people to do these flights, right? We actually want people to do these flights. We want to get people to areas that they haven't otherwise been to, right? And so I just cannot say if we're gonna get to we'll get to Honolulu. And it's also Alaska that we're trying to consider as well. We can't guarantee that we're gonna get to Alaska either, unless we were to make it like the ultimate North American tour. Right. You'd have to stop in Canada to get to Alaska. Most likely, anyway. Especially if we're trying to keep all these legs around the 3-hour absolute max mark. Which is my personal goal. So I mean, you know, but I sent him all the capitals and all the airports closest to the capitals, and all 50 U.S. states. I sent all that to him. Skipped out on a lot of the bigger airports, but that's fine. Right. Recommended that they start at Newark and end at LaGuardia or JFK, and off kind of in that area. At least that's what I recommended. So, yeah, it's in Grumpy's hands now, and he should be giving me an update here soonish on it. It was about 2 weeks ago now that I sent all that stuff to him. So, all right, we are above 18,000 feet now. The landing lights off, nose lights off, and I forgot we don't actually have runway turn-off lights in this aircraft. So, like the view. That's pretty good view in my opinion. It could be less satisfying than all 50. Same with Puerto Rico's in a similar situation as well. Right. Yeah, Puerto Rico's in a very, very similar position to Honolulu, and so is Alaska. So, but I think it would have to be I mean, if Grumpy wants to add, if Grumpy wants to add 5-hour legs to it, then that's up to him. But the thing is that then people won't do it. Then we kind of want people to fly these routes. We kind of want people to fly the tour, right? I mean, with the around the world one, there are a few longer legs, but none of them are 5 hours. They're all about 3 at absolute max. This one that we're on right now is about an hour long. So anyway, that's the update on that. The answer is I don't have an update, but eventually we will get there. So we're gonna make a detour at Vegas to go visit you. Make a detour. It'd be a single day thing. At Vegas, we'll go ahead and make a detour and fly this A350 directly into your headquarters. Directly into Honolulu. Or maybe we'll do it in the triple. I don't know. Been flying the A350 now for most of these around the world tours, or legs, sorry, and it's been pretty good. I'm happy with it. But with that said, we are probably gonna end up switching it up here soonish. I think it's about time that we switch up from the A350, maybe go into the A340, or maybe when we get to some of the shorter ones, maybe we'll go back into the A320. And if PMDG releases the 737 here soon for 24, then maybe we'll do a few legs in that. That's though. I am beginning to get bored of the A350, but it's the best. It's the best aircraft for this. So, it's not like a triple. It's perfectly capable of short haul flights. In fact, I think Finnair actually uses it for short haul flights, or for mid range flights, like nothing over 5 hours, something like that. Someone uses it for short haul flights. I think it is Finnair. It's either Finnair or SAS. I think eventually we'll be going back into the A340, and I'd love to give the 737 another go. If I can figure out how to start it up and actually fly it correctly. Because I do not know how to fly it correctly. I'm not usually a 737 person, but I've been begging for the PMDG one to be released here soon. Actually, is there any update on that? I mean, PMDG has been extremely silent, basically since the Boris sound situation came out. Or essentially since the Boris sounds came out. Let me look. Oh, first off, where are we in relation to Sydney? Oh, there's no more ATC for Sydney, unfortunately. Let's see here. PMDG. Any update? No. No update at all from whoever, from Randanzio. It's been over a month. This is super rare for PMDG. It's been over a month. So anything? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. So anyway, what time are we estimated into Sydney? What time are we estimated into Sydney? flight plan. Estimating Sydney at 4:15, so 50 minutes or so. Still climbing flight level 380, which for an A350, that's actually quite high. That's quite high of a initial altitude. We can disarm the ground spoilers, and we can let the passengers out their seats now. Actually, the no mobile needs to stay on. How you doing there, sir? You're doing nothing is the answer. In fairness, there's that much there for us to do. They're good, so. Alright, let's go ahead and begin to get some weather information for Sydney. It is ATC Com, Digital ATIS, Sydney, send request. Seb, I would assume that is you. Alright, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. Alright. Let's see here. Damn, I'm a little peckish right now. And I ate not too long. It has been 5.5 hours since I last ate, so. We'll do this next leg, and then I'll probably part ways for a bit and go grab a bite to eat. VAT Sim Edge. Let's see here. Seabird 3-5 Papa. Why does it say unknown airline? Why does it say unknown airline? It says unknown airline for some reason. No image configured for Speedbird. Okay. Aircraft A35 Kilo. It's interesting. Okay, you haven't programmed in. Alright. Weather information. At least it's still getting everything right in a minute. So got route. So still got the route correct. At least I think that's the correct route. There are marks correct. Again, I'm curious about something. Is anyone flying to Lima Juliet tonight? Nope. Or to Bravo? Nope. ER 35 Kilo. Sorry, 35 Papa. Yeah, no, giving the airline would be very helpful. That would be quite helpful. Just from the standpoint of the amount of ICAO airlines that I don't know are quite significant. So, anyway, Sydney. The current METAR at Sydney, as of, I have no clue how long ago. As of 3 o'clock Zulu, so about 30 minutes ago. The wind is 050 degrees, 14 knots. No clouds detected. QNH 1010. Temperature 25. 2.16. Visibility 9999. Okay, not bad. We arrived in Heathrow earlier this morning and it also said no clouds detected. Yet, in the same METAR report, in the same METAR report, it said rain, and it was raining. So how can you? My question, I guess this is a good question for Seb. How is it possible? I got some kind of message. There we go. How is it possible to have a METAR report that says no clouds detected, but yet there be rain? I guess that's my question. Because I'm genuinely curious, because I don't know. But that's the same. That's what we had earlier. So, yeah, but the thing is that it was like METAR after METAR after METAR after METAR that said NCD, no clouds detected. But then RA with rain. So here's a potential theory that I have. Does METAR only tell you up until a certain altitude? Because, I mean, the clouds were quite high. I'll give you that. But, will it only go up to, like, a certain altitude? Up to, like, 7,000 feet or 8,000 feet or whatever transition altitude is? I guess theoretically, maybe, but I haven't seen anything that says that. But then again, I haven't done much ATC training recently, so that's the only theory I have. I mean, it was METAR after METAR after METAR that said that. I mean, there's a storm right above Heathrow earlier, so I'm not surprised by that. I'm not in a Central Park KYNC. Interesting. Probably the equivalent of probably the same as LaGuardia, if I had to guess. They are basically the same readings. Basically the same readings as LaGuardia. I would say JFK, but JFK isn't really close to Central Park now, is it? LaGuardia is much closer. Speaking of LaGuardia, how on earth does LaGuardia keep having ground collisions? They just had another one, like the other day. I mean, I think we all know about the Delta one recently, but no, they had one with I think it was JetBlue recently. Just the other day. It was either JetBlue, or no, it wasn't JetBlue. I think it was United, actually. It was United, and somehow they got the planes facing nose to nose with each other, and somehow one of them kind of smashed in like this. It's like, how on earth does that happen? How on earth does ground collision happen at the same airport twice in a month? Is the bigger question. Oh wait, I think we all know the answer now. Sorry. Lack of paying your air traffic controllers. Still though, I mean, seriously, how on earth does something like that happen? You know, I can understand how it could happen on VATSIM with the VATSIM idiots, but how does it happen in real life when you don't have VATSIM idiots and when you send everyone through massive amounts of training? So we can tune the range up on this. We have how long? Estimating at 4:16 Zulu, so that's 11:16 my time. That's not considering any kind of arrival information. Get the arrival information, then that'll most likely extend it to 4:30 or something like that. All right, let's see here. Actually, we can go ahead and take a look at that now, because we only got about 40 minutes or so. All right, we are on the board. Sorry, we are expecting. Can we take to 07? Oh, that's only an 8,000 foot runway. All right, well, what does Sydney even look like? Because I generally don't know. All right, there you go. Here's what Sydney looks like. All right, we have 16 right, 16 left up there, and we have the 07 and 25 right there. 3-4 left. That's a 14 knot crosswind though. 050 degrees. Now 16 knots. That just made it worse. Okay, I'm curious about something. Could we land an A350 on? Could we land it on just over 8,000 feet of runway? I think we can. What does SimBrief say? Let's see your performance tools. What does SimBrief say? I mean, yeah, we'd have to use AutoBrake Max. Flaps full on 07. It's saying we could do this with AutoBrake Medium. Granted, we are quite light. The wind is 050 degrees, 14 knots. Oh, actually now it's 050 degrees, 16 knots. Completely doable. I mean, you'd have to be kind of strict on the go-around. Flaps full. Alright, I'm tempted to land an A350 on an 8,000 foot runway. I mean, I've done it in less at Heathrow. So, I mean, Heathrow has... I've landed an A350 at Heathrow in about 7,000 feet. Yeah, we're gonna give this a go because I'm not thrilled with the 14 knot crosswind. I'm just not thrilled with it. And looks like we have 1, 2. Looks like, by the looks of it, looks like we are number 2 for the runway. Yeah, we're gonna try to land this thing on runway 07 because the wind is not ideal anywhere else. Alright. Runway 07. Yeah, we have 3 knot crosswind to 16 knot headwind over the equivalent of a 16 knot crosswind. Approaches. Take the ILS. You're on the Boar 4 Alpha arrival, which calls for at or above 9,000 at Boar, at or above 8,000 at Varsa, then at Barrow, 9,000 or below. Sorry, below 9,000 at Burlow. And then Gentil. This is a very confusing arrival. Alright, what about no SID then? What about just radar vectors from VOR? Alright, then we need to intercept at altitude 3,000. Altitude 3,000 feet. It's a standard 3-degree glide slope. 220 on the baro. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and use runway 07 then. Alright, let's go ahead and throw that into the plane now. Destination. Runway 07. We'll take the ILS. Via none. Star the bore 4 alpha. Insert. Alright. That'd be beneficial to us. Logo is provided by logokit.com. What is logokit.com? Alright. Let's see here. British. British Airways. Symbol, icon. Interesting. Alright. Anyway, someone just sent me a message that I have to probably pay attention to. Scored. Alright. Source doesn't have an image for BA for Speedbird aircraft. So check out United 2858 to see the new full features. Alright. Go ahead and take a look at that in a second, Seb. Alright, so how long do we have until our top descent? It's probably approaching here soonish. 5-4, so yeah, about 9 minutes. We'll be getting it a little early. Because we'll have to go radar vector just final. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Ryanair. You know, maybe in the new year when we actually add a call sign, maybe we will be doing. Maybe we'll add Ryanair. So, no. By the way, at the beginning of the year, we are gonna add a call sign to our collection. Right now, we are limited to through the end of the year. I've decided that we are only going to be using Speedbird and Shuttle, both of them British Airways. Come the new year, and come about the 1-year anniversary of the channel, which is approaching here soon. But beginning January 1st, we're going to add a call sign. And I'm kind of considering adding AirNott. Though what about something else? So we're gonna add an extra. We're gonna add an extra call sign for us to use. BA is nice and all, but I mean, we shouldn't be obsessed with it now, should we? The rules are simple when it comes to it. It has to be an international airline, but it also can't be super common. Okay, it can't be super common. At least not here in the U.S. anyways. And they have to operate the 777. Right, and so that knocks out a lot of airlines. Though Qantas, maybe we'll add Qantas. I don't know. We'll figure it out though. Though I am very tempted just to add AirNott to our call sign because we already fly them anyway to our call sign list. Alright, said to use 2056. Alright, check 2058. Interesting. Nicely done, Seb. United 757 going from... They are going from Denver to New York. To New York. I can never pronounce New York right. Anyway, a United 757-200. Nicely done, Seb. Nicely done. Alright, we are approaching our top of descent here in a moment. In a moment, this thing's going to scream at us for our destination data, so we'll go ahead and throw that in. Go ahead and throw it in now. Performance, destination data, approach data. The wind is currently 050 degrees. 05016. The current temperature, I think it's 25, if I'm not mistaken. What does Navgraph say? It's too lazy to get out. The one from the U.S. government. Yeah, 26 on the temperature. QNH 1009. And then in terms of the borrow, we're looking at 220. Transition flight level 110, I agree with that. Flaps full, good. And for the auto brake, yeah, this is saying auto brake medium. Auto brake medium will be fine. Though we have to be very strict on go arounds. If we float it at all, then it'll be an immediate go around. And with the 16 knot headwind that we have, there is the possibility, or actually, we're very prone to floating it. So this will be one of those landings where we simply get it on the ground. Right, it'll be a bit of a firm landing. So don't expect it to be great. With that said, though, 16 knot headwind, so we're very prone to floating it, right? Yeah, if it was a 13 knot headwind, then I'd say okay, maybe we can make it a little softer. That said, though, it is a 16 knot headwind, and that right there is kind of knocking on the door of challenging conditions. Of true challenging conditions, not what Newsky says is challenging conditions. Newsky is already going to say that this is going to be challenging conditions. These are quite literally challenging conditions. 60 knot headwind, 3 knot crosswind, which is nothing compared to the headwind. So, anyway, let's go and get the headset on now. Descend altitude 9,000 feet. Sydney traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa, descending now, flight level, or down to altitude 9,000 feet, by the Boar 4 Alpha arrival. Sorry, the Boar 1 Alpha arrival into Sydney. Sydney traffic. It's a Boar 4 Alpha. Whatever. Correction, Boar 4 Alpha arrival for Sydney. For Speedbird 2 Jet. For Speedbird 35 Papa. Sydney traffic. Well, we've just begun our descent. Got about 20 minutes till we're at Sydney. A little over 20 minutes. And we're gonna take the short runway because the winds are better, and because I'd much rather have a firm landing than have to deal with the 16 knot crosswind, which is what it would be, to be crystal clear. They would be a 16 knot crosswind if we were to take the other longer runways. And so we're going to be landing via 07, which is an 8,000 foot runway. But I don't really, I don't want to deal with the 16 knot crosswind. 16 knot crosswind is knocking on the door of limitations of the aircraft. So, don't really know how much of a say I have in this, unfortunately. Though I think we can technically handle up to 25. Still, I'd rather not deal with it. And so we are going to be taking the short runway. We'll be taking runway 07. For reasons. And because I'd much rather... This is not my aircraft. I don't have to pay for the brake wear and tear. So if we have to do auto brake max, then we do auto brake max. And British Airways / AirNott gets to pay for it. And they get to deploy the rapid aircraft repair team. While we have an insane turnaround time of... We're going to aim for an insane turnaround time of only about 20 to 25 minutes. Which is in no way realistic. But I'd like to get this thing up in the air bound for New Zealand. Which is the next leg after this. And New Zealand will be our final leg of the night, to be crystal clear. It's a long leg. It'll be a long leg. Basically the equivalent of I think it's about 1,200 nautical miles. From Sydney to New Zealand. So. And we'll be in a lovely British Airways A350. That's a pretty good view right now. While we descend. What about this one? That one's better, actually. That one's better. Any kind of... Oh, this storm is right over Sydney right now. Yeah, it's a small little storm. By the time we get there, it might be gone. Yeah, by the time we get there, the storm might be gone. I actually kind of doubt it, though. Yeah, probably not, actually. So, we'll be landing via this runway right here. The short runway right here. And on the right side, it means we can go ahead and get in pretty much straight into our, to the bigger gates. Oh. No, actually we will have a bit of a taxi to be, unfortunately. Yeah, it'll be a small taxi, 8,000 feet, or whatever. At least we'll be able to have it basically a taxi of 20 feet for takeoff. So we'll push back. We'll prepare the aircraft for takeoff before we actually line up on the runway. We'll make sure that the cabin's ready and everything, and then we'll take off via 07 on most likely a toga takeoff. So, anyway, that's the plan. And if it sounds like I'm a little tired, that's because I am. I had a bit of a... Let me just say that tomorrow, when I go into work, I have to have some discussions with people. Essentially, the kind of discussion of, do we fire someone? Because incompetence is there. And I have to... Well, we're not going to fire anyone, but we got to write them up for their absolute shittiness, to put it lightly. Yeah, we're going to aim for probably stand 5'9" or 5'8", if I had to guess. Or maybe 6'0". Aviation lover, if you're still here, do you know if they fly A380? Well, I think that's a dumb answer. Or I think that's actually a dumb question. Surely they fly A380s into Sydney. Surely they do. Or is Qantas's hub Brisbane? Unless there's another terminal somewhere that I'm missing. Well, there's a bunch over here, so... Okay. This makes me curious, then. BA gates at Sydney. Terminal 1. International departures. How far are we now? Let's see. That's actually a good question. About 80 miles. Got about 80 miles. We got about 80 miles to touchdown. Something like that. Closer to 90 actually, but same thing. Yeah. About 90 miles to touchdown. Maybe a few more. So. Let's see here. British Airways. Yeah, around 20 minutes. That seems about accurate. And we're setting currently down to 9,000. Though, to be honest, we're probably a little late on the descent. No, we're not. We're not. Ignore what I just said. We are not late on descent. Alright, here's a question for you. What gates does British Airways use at Sydney? Do you know? Let's see here. Yep, because we are in a lovely British Airways A350. In case you're curious. Either way, I think we're gonna aim for stand 5'9" or 5'8". I think that'll be the goal. And then we get to taxi, basically 2 feet in order to get to back to the runway. For departure off to New Zealand. Cargo 3 coming from Melbourne. We have Speedbird 3. If I pop, that's me. Inbound from the north. And then I think that's it in terms of arrivals. Yeah. I think that's about it in terms of arrivals. I'm bored. Got nothing to talk about. Actually, got plenty to talk about, such as the new desk behind me and how I spent 2 days building it. But if I were to talk about that now, then we'll get distracted on stuff we actually have to do in a few moments. Oh dear, Sydney is right in the middle of the storm now, and we don't have any fuel to hold in. Not that we even have a hold on the arrival. Don't think anyway. Yeah. Okay, what's up with Australia and not having any holds? Because this is like the third airport we've been to now in Australia, and I have not yet seen a single hold on any of their maps. I mean, okay, here's the first hold that we've seen. At Aknub. I take that back. Interesting, though. I mean, we don't do that much holding here in the U.S. We'll just go ahead and give you extended radar vectors. But it's like still, I have not seen that many holds at all in while we've been on the Australia part of the Euro Capitals, or on the around the world tour. So what did like a little bit of drag aircraft? Seb. Yeah, here's a question. Why is it that Australia does not like holding? They don't like holding patterns at all. I mean, so far, out of all 3 Australian airports we've been to, so far that's Darwin, another one north of that, another one north of Brisbane, and so I guess we're going on 4 now. How is it that this is the first ever hold that I'm seeing here? How is it? It's like, I mean, even on the Baltimore maps, they'll give you a freaking hold. How is it that we're 1 for 4 out of 4 airports we've been to in Australia? This is our first official hold, and even okay, fair. The departure speed. That's fair. Give you that. In fairness, though, it's like all their departures get to go out through a single path at first, but they're separated from everyone else. So speed break still extended. Not worried. Sending into Sydney. And apparently we have I've been told that we have a bit of a treat in terms of a good default airport at Sydney. So alright, we'll take descent now down to altitude 6,000 feet. What's the go-around procedure in case of go-around? It is okay. DME required. Okay, noted. In case of go-around, climb to 3,000 on a heading of 062. Time to touchdown. Got about 45 miles to touchdown, so about 15 minutes at absolute max. We're approaching. We're approaching, so we're not on the approach yet, but got about 45, 50 miles to touchdown now. So not very long at all. And then for the leg after this, is gonna be annoying because it's like a 3-hour leg. Go ahead and help out the aircraft a little. Actually, let's go radar vectors now because I'm lazy. Well, I just fly the pattern. Yeah, maybe. Hang on, QNH needs to get set at 1009. But I mean, it's gonna be radar vectors anyway because we don't have anything beyond off list. So kind of need to be a little lower. I'm clueless at this airport. We've never flown in Australia before until recently. Alright. Sydney traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa inbound, expecting ILS approaching to runway 07. Descending now, altitude 6,000 feet. On the bore for Alpha. Sydney traffic. In case it goes, it's straight out. Oh, you mean just fly the pattern? Yeah. Do the circle. So, whatever is beyond final, then turn downwind base final. Fair. You'll have to rebrief and everything, but that's fine. Alright. Letting now go to 0 degrees. Sydney traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa, turning with the heading of 200 degrees. It is a downwind for ILS runway 07. Sydney traffic. And that's more of a base, but whatever. Turn base here soonish. And in terms of our speed now, 220 knots. Landing weights on. Gotta get all those back up. And probably help if we have a little bit of a speed break. Sydney traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa, adjusting heading now, heading of 190 degrees. Until established ILS, still downwind base for ILS runway 07. About 15 miles to go. Sydney traffic. I should say 20, whatever. Down to 3,000 now. And Sydney traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa, descending now, altitude 3,000 feet. Sydney traffic. Do I have the airfield in sight yet? I think that's it. I have it in sight now. There it is. There's the airfield. And this is a standard 10-mile final, right? Yeah, so 3.5. Yeah, it's standard 7.5. Yeah, it's a standard 10-mile final. It appears that way anyway. Go and get yoke camo. Can we ever so slightly increase our rate of descent? I'm gonna get some flaps 1 now. Go ahead and make sure all the passengers are strapped in. We're the only arrival right now, as far as I can tell. Sydney traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa, with a heading now of 175 degrees. Full base for Alice runway at 07. Sydney traffic. Going slower speed now to 200 knots. Turn the range down to 10. Approach mode on. Hey, we are about to turn final. We're about to turn final into Sydney. The wind is pretty damn bad. At least as of the last check, which was not. Go and double check it again. The wind now is 060 degrees 5 knots, or 15 knots. Alright, go ahead and get more flaps now. I might be kind of fucking myself right here, not gonna lie. Alright. Speed now 180 knots. Alright. Speed now 180 knots. Sydney traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa, turning final now, ILS runway 07. Sydney traffic. And Sydney traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa, speed 180 knots. There we go. Once we're established, once we're fully established, we can go ahead and, well, go ahead and get our gear down and get fully configured for landing. Speed now 160 knots till 4 mile final. Flaps 3 now. It's gonna be a bit of a rocky landing. Model aviation. I have never heard of those. I've never heard of those. All right.
$2,500.
Noted. Gear down. Sydney traffic Speedbird 35 Papa is slowing speed now. 14 as your knots. This will be our final approach speed. About a 7.5 mile final. ILS runway 07. Sydney traffic. Alright. Noted. Where's that runway? Don't yet have the runway in sight. New rates people's airports. Nice. Good. Alright. Ground spoilers to arm. Cabin, you better be ready because you're going to land this thing and it's going to be hard. And I have the runway in sight now. Grid mine. Good. Good. Sending traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa. Short final now. ILS runway 07. Sending traffic. Alright, we'll take this over by hand here soonish.
1,000.
Noted. Alright. We'll take this over passing about 500 today. We'll do a little lower. In the cabinet, you guys kind of need to be ready by now. Final call.
07.
Final call, Sydney traffic. Speedbird 35 Papa landing now, runway 07. Last call, Sydney traffic. Alright.
400.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My controls.
300.
Nose back down, you bigot. Nose back up now.
100 above.
Continue approach. Landing checklist complete. Clears to land. Runways in sight. Don't know if I'd call this a stable approach. Minimum. Continue.
100. 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10, 5.
Hard. Alright, I'll take that any day of the week, considering that massive headwind. 392 feet per minute. I think the hardest we've had so far with the A350. At least on the world tour. The auto brake did what it needed to do. And we are now on the ground at Sydney. Sydney traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa is now vacated runway 07. Sydney traffic. Alright, we'll go ahead and join, I believe this is Charlie right here. Taxi now to stand 5-8. For right now, we'll just go ahead and hold here. Flaps away. Ground spoilers away. Well, you need to stick in some throttles. So just keep that in mind. With that said, though, I can recommend, if you want to do it on the,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination.
if you want to do it really budget, I can recommend the Thrustmaster
Complete stop and the seat
T-Flight HOTUS.
turn off. We remind you to check around your seat for any
That said, it's not the best.
On behalf of the crew, thank you for flying with us today, and we look forward to welcoming you again soon.
Alright. Nose lights to taxi, landing lights off. Actually, no, we gotta keep the landing lights on because we're about to cross the runway. Sending traffic, speedbird 35, Papa, gonna taxi, stand 59, via Golf, entering across, runway 16 right. Sending traffic. I can say these ground textures are not, and they're not your standard default now, are they? But yeah, no, in terms of good budget ones, the T-Flight HOTUS, that's a solid budget one. That said, though,
Approaching 16 right.
that said, though, it's not the best. If you can afford it, get the Thrustmaster ones, or even the new Wind Wing ones, which we are upgrading the throttles to be crystal clear. The pre-order is in, and hopefully in about a month, we should have them. Sydney traffic, speedbird 35, Papa, now clear of 16 right. Sydney traffic. Alright, landing lights off, APU can go ahead and go on now. If you can afford it, get the Thrustmaster ones. If you can afford it, get the Thrustmaster TCA with side stick and the Airbus throttles. You can actually buy them in a combo pack. And then for flaps and actually, I'll show you in a moment. While we're waiting on stuff, right? You can get away with just the throttle part and not the side bits and the stick for a bit. Because you do actually get the throttle on the TCA side stick. You do actually get a throttle, which you can use for the speed brake. And then you also get a bunch of buttons, so you can use those for flaps and everything else. Yeah, and I think that'll set you back. I want to say it'll set you back around $150. So. Alright, good APU is available. We can go ahead and shut down engine number 2 now. Alright, there's 5-8. And look at how little taxi we're going to have later. So actually, I'm considering buying a trackball. Because my mouse is all the way over here now. I don't know the Australian currency. So. But in terms of US dollars, the Thrustmaster stuff, between all this I've spent like $1,000 on, and I'm spending more. But overall, though, in terms of just the side stick and the throttles, I want to say it's around $150, 150 US dollars. So. That said, though, I can recommend it. It's not bad. It's not bad stuff. Alright. Go ahead and park that there. Engine number 2 can go ahead and go off. You can go and get the APU on. Beacon lights off. Let's find out what Newsky has to say about that landing. Oh, we got a 10. Great touchdown. 392 feet per minute in challenging conditions. Got a nice big 10. That said, that we were delayed in terms of our arrival by about 15 minutes. But that's not surprising considering the mistake. So. Alright, let's get off and over to New Zealand. Now this leg, if we just had a 400 nautical mile leg, now we have about a 1200 nautical mile leg. And this will be our final leg for the night. So if I had to guess, we'll probably get there around 2 a.m. 2 a.m. Actually, 3 a.m. my time, most likely. Passenger flight. Actually, because I'm just gonna go ahead and refile or recreate the flight plan in SimBrief. I don't have to worry about that. I'll take the A350 kilo. Take that one. Departure time in 13 minutes. SimBrief. New flight. Speedbird 35 Papa. Depart Yankee Sierra Sierra Yankee. And we are off to, what is the CAO code here? November Zulu Alpha Alpha. A35 kilo. Alright. Generate flight. And we can go and pre-file this in a moment as well. Pre-file VATSIM. There we go. You're officially going to be off to New Zealand. And the brakes are hot. We got the brake fan on for that. Load sheet. SimBrief import. Set our 0 fuel weight. Set our new fuel load. Instant refuel. Watch this. We're going to be up in the air in 10 minutes. Alright. Request new company flight plan. Saved. Insert. Departure runway 07. Agree on in terms of the SID. We can here give you all that. Unload this. Zero 07. I'm gonna call that a straight out departure. Alright, well, no SID then. It'll be straight out departure, insert that. Info, let's go ahead and take a look over here. Takeoff performance, sync FMC, sync weather. Go flaps 3. Compute. Send that to the FMS. Where is it? Go back to init. Takeoff performance. Confirm. 136138150. That is actually a significant gap right there. So I just have to be aware of that. Alright. The APU is still on, and actually just like that we are ready for pushback. And let me just verify that's nothing important. Seriously, no kidding, we are basically ready for pushback again. Alright, GSX. I keep forgetting it's under remote control in this aircraft, which is both nice and annoying. ground. Prepare for pushback and departure. How do we do with parking? Did pretty good with parking, actually. Any traffic online at Sydney right now that we have to be aware of? Yeah, there's a little PC-12 right there. Whatever that is. Yeah, everyone is saying, oh, Sydney is such a good default airport. Yet, I don't see anything about this that looks decent default. Looks special. I really don't. I'm sorry. I don't see anything about this that says it's decent default. Alright. GSX menu. Prepare for pushback and departure. And parking brakes off right now. Sydney traffic, Speedbird 3-5 Papa, insane turnaround time, stand 5-8 to push and start, expecting departure via 07, Sydney traffic. We never put in the fuel. I'll go ahead and throw that in real quickly. Wherever that is. Return. Departure. Sorry, not that. Fuel and load. Enter, enter, enter. In terms of our passenger number, surely we don't have a full flight. Load sheet. 246 passengers.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. We are delighted to have you with us today. Please take a moment to stow your carry-on items in the overhead compartments or under the seats in front of you. For your safety, larger items should be placed in the overhead bin and smaller items must be securely stored. If you need assistance, our cabin crew is
Go ahead and start Newsky again.
so we kindly ask that you take your seat as soon as possible and clear the aisles.
Newsky can go and get started now. Get Yoke Cam back up in a moment. And I know it's saying I know it's complaining about the destination estimated fuel on board. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried at all. And the reason that it's saying that is because, well, here we can go from position direct to. That's the reason why it's saying that. Doesn't know our plans. Yeah, and give it a moment, and it'll be figured out. There we go. Parking brake set. So estimating minus 4.8. Really? Did Simbrief fuck us? I feel like that's more than enough, though. Alright. In that case, let me just go ahead and regenerate that flight plan from Simbrief. Edit flight. Let me just go ahead and quickly fix it. Fuel. Give me an extra 17 minutes. Alright. Then we can just go ahead and re-import it from Simbrief. Alright, now we got it. Simbrief import. Instant. Set that. Alright. Come on now. Come on now, GSX. Continue pushback. Nose off tail right.
Release parking brakes, please.
Braking brakes released. APU bleed on. Alright, ignition start. Can go and throw that in and quickly, while we wait for those engines to come online. Put in the fuel again. Actually, yeah, still same amount of passengers.
This Airbus A350 aircraft, your safety is
There we go.
our priority. Please pay close attention to this important safety briefing. Fasten your seatbelt.
And of course we got Sydney.
Metal tin into the bubble. To tighten,
121.7.
lift up the top end of the bubble. In case of unexpected turbulence, we'd ask that you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever seated.
Ground Speedbird 35 Papa is with you, pushing back. Yeah, we're pushing back off of stand 5-8.
Speedbird 35 Papa, good afternoon. Do you have a runway that you have been planned for?
Affirmative, we are currently planning a straight out from 07.
Fasten the straps and pull them tight. Inflate by
Speedbird 35 Papa, okay, thank you.
to the mouthpiece. Only inflate your vest when exiting the aircraft. There is a light and whistle for attracting attention.
And I guess if you're able to give it to us, Speedbird 35 Papa is ready for clearance to the New Zealand airport that I have on file.
Speedbird 35 Papa, you're cleared to Auckland via the Yvonne flight plan route. Runway 07, Fisher 9 departure, radar transition, climb velocity to 5000, squawk 1211, and departures on Unicom 122.8.
And could I get that squawk code again? Sorry for Speedbird 35 Papa.
Speedbird 35 Papa, squawk 1211.
Squawk 1211 cleared to Auckland as filed. The Fisher transition on runway 07 squawk 1211 for Speedbird 35 Papa.
Speedbird 35 Papa, thank you.
All right. We got our clearance. All right. I can confirm a good engine start. Nice of us to get ground online. All right, let's see here. And departure will be with Unicom 122.8, of course. All right. Let's do a flight controls check real quickly. Full up. Full down. Full rudder. Full left. Full right. Alright. And because of the location of the stand, I want us to be fully ready for departure. Alright. Flaps away now, just for our flight controls check. Alright. Ground spoilers armed. Flaps to 3. Water brake to RTO. Alright. We are good now. I believe, anyway. Alright. Flaps set now? Yes, they are. And Bird 35 Papa is ready for an insanely short taxi to 07.
Number 35 Papa, taxi, Golf, holding point, Golf 1, runway 07.
Holding point Golf 1 via Golf for 07, Speedbird 35 Papa. Alright. Notice how I said insanely short taxi. Notice how I said one insanely short taxi. Because literally the runway's like right there. That's one of the reasons we chose this stand.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This is your captain speaking from the flight deck. On behalf of the entire crew, I'd like to welcome you on board today's flight. We're just about ready for departure, and the weather en route looks generally smooth with some light turbulence, so we're expecting a pleasant flight. We'll keep you updated on our progress throughout the flight, but in the meantime, sit back, relax, and enjoy the in-flight entertainment. Thank you for choosing to fly with us today.
Alright, everything there looks good. Having you ready now.
35 Papa, monitor Unicom 122.8, good day.
122.8 now for Speedbird 35 Papa. Thank you for services. Have a good day. Bye bye. Sydney traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa lining up runway 07, straight out departure. Sydney traffic.
Approaching 07. Approaching 07.
Alright, let's get out of here.
On runway 07.
Alright, just verify everything. Come on now, Captain. Are you ready? They're not, but whatever. Sydney traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa, taking off runway 07, straight out departure. Initial climb at 10,000. Sydney traffic. Alright. Thrust set. Man flex. 48 auto thrust blue, SRS green. Airspeed alive. 60 knots. 80 knots. 100 knots. 120. V1 and rotate. Positive rate, gear is up. Or gear's coming up now. Gonna put away some flaps. First levers to climb. Sydney traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa is climbing out of 1900, turning now direct to Yvonne, climbing up to flight level 380. Sydney traffic. Alright. Fly this thing properly this time. Oh wait, we have been flying this thing properly as well. For the entire time. Damn, I'm hungry right now. To be crystal clear, this the proper way to fly the aircraft. Actually, you should be holding it from down here, but very, very, very slight movements is all that's needed for an Airbus. You can go and put all the flaps away now. We did start Newsky, right? Yeah, we did. Alright. Autopilot on now. Up to flight level 380, I believe it is. Let me just verify it. That's what SimBrief has. Actually, SimBrief has 390. Alright, there we go. Now we're airborne. And what we'll do is insert that. Just make sure that all is good. Yes, it is. Ground spoilers away. Here we go. We are airborne now. Now we can talk again. So. That turnaround time was about 25 minutes. Would have been about 20 minutes. Would have been about 15 if it wasn't for ground hopping online. Thank you to ground for hopping online, though. There you go. Holy, how do we have the beacon lights off? Newsky's gonna bash us in a massive way for that. Okay, what's the penalty for having the beacons off, out of curiosity? What is the penalty? Flight rules. Rating system. Beacon lights. Right. It doesn't say. Oh dear. That's gonna hurt us. That is gonna hurt us in a massive way. I'm not expecting a 10 anymore. I mean, at best we get a 9.5, I think. At best we'll get a 9.5 with the Newsky now. How the hell did I miss the beacon lights? I have no clue how I missed those. Anyway, we're airborne now. Off to Auckland. We're airborne now, off to Auckland. So. Alright, just taking a look here at Newsky for a second. Alright. Standard pressure now. I'm not saying anything with the Newsky with what kind of penalty it is. I know there is a penalty. I don't know what kind of penalty it is though. Either way, we're gonna get whatever penalty it is. So, because I made a mistake, but whatever. Passing score for this is 7.25. So. Anyway, we're looking solid now. Passing 1100, climbing now flight level 390, which are top of climb. Estimating top climb 713 Zulus. That's about 13. That's about 23 minutes. I reckon we'll probably open up Minecraft in a bit. In the meantime, though, I have a bag of crisps I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna finish up because this is a long flight, man. Yeah, how long of a flight is this? Wait, what? Sorry, top of climb is 5:08. So about 19 minutes. We're estimating Auckland at 7:13. Zulu's, that's about 2.5 hours. So anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and eat this bag of crisps for now. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. Alright, I am back now. Got a nice bag of crisps right here. And I was eating them a few minutes ago. Anyway, I am back now. Anyway, let's see here. Let's see update on the flight. We're still climbing. Yeah, we are, unfortunately. The under pressure, we can go ahead and let the passengers out of their seats now. And yeah. ETA for Auckland is still 7:13 Zulu. And that is in approximately 2 hours. So I'd say we have more than enough time to open up Minecraft if we need to. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna finish up this bag of chips real quickly. Be back in a moment. Alright, I am back in full this time. Let's take a look here. We're approaching our top climb here soonish. Very, very slow climb, I will say. What is our estimated fuel on board? 20.6 in terms of our fuel. Not gonna lie, that is a little concerning. Okay, fine. What's our gross weight? 214,300. Let me just go ahead and quickly look up what our maximum landing weight. For a 5 kilo. What is our maximum landing weight? Let's see here. 233. So yeah, we're actually under max landing weight right now. So we're fine. We're fine on that front. Yeah. Now with that said though, I did look up the time right now in Auckland a few minutes ago, and oof, we're gonna be landing in the dark, I think, or at the very least into the sunset or whatever. So anyway. I think it's time for a bit of Minecraft. Because I'm bored. So. Wrong one. There you go. I think it's about time for a bit of Minecraft. Considering we got about an hour and a half before we are gonna end up descending. Yeah, no, do tomorrow, or I guess tonight now, it'll be our 22 Bravo flight, so, anyway. Yeah, just open up Minecraft and chill for a bit, because we got basically nothing else to do. Alright, but we got that pick, yesterday. What I'd like us to do now, well, let me go ahead and clear out this inventory real quickly, and yes, I'm still paying attention to chat if anyone wants to tune in. Alright, I think what I'd like to do now is I think I'd like to go off and into the Nether. There's a very good reason for that. Go and find some blaze rods, or whatever they are. Or whatever they are called now. Yeah, blaze rods, I think they are. We need... I thought I had a shield somewhere. Could've sworn I did. Not to worry, we'll make one in the morning. I kind of think it'd be useful. Alright, give me that. Go ahead and take a few more resources as well. Where's actually some wood, because we are really low on wood, actually. No, we're not. Plenty of dark oak right there. And we just need a bit of iron. Of iron. If we even have... I think that's about all the iron we have, to be honest. Shield, there we go. Alright. Let's go off into the Nether. Actually, give me a bunch of non-flammable blocks real quickly, in case we need them. never enter the nether without a flint and steel. There we go. There we go. Let's try to find ourselves a thing. One of those nether fortresses. So we can actually get to the end here soon. Yeah, hopefully there's not one too far away. Here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and make our way over there. I think that's a pretty good route. Should have something over here. Gotta be careful with the lava. So if we're at 0 deaths, don't want to add to that. Save those guys. Have the old style nether biome. So yeah, let's go ahead and open up our render distance then. Let's go ahead and increase it a little. See what else we can see. 20 chunks. Nothing for miles upon miles, it looks like. Oh, I know the issue. It's because of the nether fog. That's why it's not. That's why we're not seeing the difference. But we'll tune that back down to 18 chunks then. Actually, 16 chunks. All right. We do have some wood on us. We could do the. We don't have a saddle, but we could get loads of another axe real easily. Actually, here's what I'm going to recommend that we do right now. We have magma falling out of the sky, so okay, I guess so there's something around here. That's here. So there's something around here then. And we get to run through this, run. Just really quickly. More than bastards. Chrisman loads of it, loads the stuff. Gonna just keep that for right now. Let's see here. You got a few of those. Be careful with that lava. try coming back over here again. We only need a few blaze rods. That's the thing. You only need a few blaze rods. How do we get over there? Actually, well, there's a way we can cheat here. Kind of. Visual glitches are happening. We got some visual glitches that are occurring. So here, I think I like our chances of going this way, but more. We found ourselves one of those before we find ourselves one of those temples. Yeah, this guy's massive. Run, 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 run. Annoying. Let's see here. In that down there, that's kind of where we just were. How many of them are there up here? Loads. The nether portal's only just over there. Question is it worth Yeah, let's take the bridge. Take the bridge for right now. Yeah, look at over there. Be aware that Hoglin. Another portal's only over there, so I think it's probably worth trying to maybe regroup, because I'm noticing now that my thing is getting a little low. My sword is a little on the low side. A little lower than I'd like it to be. Alright, and if we need to take out a Hoglin, and notice how when I'm mining here, just notice something like that, right? You'll find these weird patches of lava. And you want to make sure you maintain decent distance. Right, where's our portal at? Just one is over here. Yeah, it is. Next, we want to do a quick look over here. Take a quick look over here, see what's over here. Not see anything yet. I'm not seeing anything yet over here, so. Alright. Let's get back into the overworld then and get some fresh armor and get some fresh stuff. Try to get ourselves in a bit of a better position. Alright. And I think I'll take a saddle as well. Yeah, throw me that. Do we have a sword somewhere? There we go. Sure. Yeah. What I thought we have a bit more iron. We have a bit more iron. Let's see here. Fresh sword. So, sweeping edge 2. Alright. We need that, and so we got the saddle, we got a new sword. We need actually some strength as well. But because what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a fishing rod. For warped fungus on a stick, so you can get them around quite easy. All right. Now that we've regrouped everything over there. How about no in that direction right now? Just come back over here in this direction then. I do see those guys down there, which I'm probably gonna have to take care of in a moment. Do we see any of those tools? I see one over there. I see two over there, actually. Oh, hello there, mate. Would it be so kind as to join me on an adventure today? It'd be so helpful. Any of them over here? No, not really. Not really. Anything over here then? Oh, maybe we can try to attract him from over here. Excuse me there, sir. Would you like some of this? Ah, gosh, remember when the end update came out? No, and everyone was like, "Eee." Or that when the Nether update would come out, came out, and everyone was all like new to this. Kind of feel like that right now. Right, come on, Striders. Can you please have one in a decent range, please? Someone just sent me a message. Deal with that message in a moment. Hope and pray that this guy just wanders over here then. Alright, let me just go ahead and take a look at the message. Make sure there's nothing important. It's Discord, so. Come on there, sir. Maybe if I were to hold up the fungus, there should be a bit somewhere over here, within easy reach. I see him. I see him. See that? That's all that gas. Excuse me there, sir. Would like this? Alright, I think we're at the point now where gotta take the risk of tunneling off over to him. Alright. Give me this. Alright, there we go. Now this guy works. Not the fastest guy in the world, but I mean, he will do. He'll do for my purposes. Alright, no way of getting through there now, is there? I do not have a bow. Oh dear. You do not have a bow to deal with them gas. Let's go ahead and try to get away from that gas quickly then. Anything over here? There's an entry hole. Some kind of ravine or whatever. That'll help us out. Unless there's nothing. Which looks like there may not be anything. No. Alright then, through this little gap here we go. So this, unfortunately I may have to kill you. If I have to, Alright. You know, it's only a matter of time before we find one of those, nether fortresses, but, I mean... Still. I mean, this is a little on the slower side, but I mean, do we really have that much of an option? No, not really. Anything over here? It's a matter of time before we find ourselves another fortress. Taking a look at the flight. Looking solid right now. There's plenty of magma over here. This isn't exactly the safest area we could be in. Hot tourist destinations already? Already? Then again, I feel like it doesn't take much to get that one. I feel like it doesn't take much to get that one. Trying to figure out. Hopefully, we're approaching another fortress. Hopefully soonish. Time is 4:01. We'll begin to take a look at the thing in about another hour or so. More of this nether waste biome, which is always nice to have. But here, I do see that ghost. Do in fact see that ghost. Hopefully he's a no factor though. I do see this magma here. Do you see how that magma is floating up that lava? I hope it's a non-factor. Still no fortress in sight. We are approaching the end of, I guess, this lava pool here. Alright, well, let's see here then. Actually, what's this? To land. Okay. F3, so that is 48. By 116. So that's what? This direction here, 48. Okay. Hopefully we should see this guy here soon then. Keyword being hopefully. Alright. In a moment we're going to have to dismount, unfortunately. Just go ahead and come into an area that it's easier to do it at. Then give me that. A trail. Just committed some significant war crimes right there. Alright, let's see here. You'll be able to tunnel back if we need to. Just notice I'm doing a constant rate when it comes to this tunneling. So that way I don't run into a situation like that. Hopefully we'll see it here soon. Four, 8. Here, actually. Trying to figure out the best way around this, but yeah. Best way around this. Still this way. But do it smart. Build the things smart. In case we can't find any of those guys with the bows. Like that guy right there. I have a hoe on me. Let's use it. Use it to our advantage, even though it's kind of useless. Alright, now this here is another one of those areas where it's, like, it's probably the best idea, probably the better idea, just to descend a little. Go across those. Alright, let's go ahead and go this direction now. By only about 200 blocks or so. And we should meet it. To be 100% honest. Still don't see it. Oh, I did see that ghast. He probably doesn't see us, but I mean, we're essentially at the roof of that, so maybe we can ascend a little. Just be really careful there. Take it step by step. Alright, let's see here. I will say that it's like the Nether's always been a bit of a scary place in Minecraft. That said, though, it's like it's never. I think Mojang kind of overdid it because it kind of just feels a little too dangerous, right? So it's like it shouldn't give you this much of a feeling like, oh, you're gonna die, right? That's my position on this. It's annoying. It's annoying, but it's kind of the truth, unfortunately. Which, I mean, it really kind of feels like Mojang overdid it. Right. Because I mean, they've done a good job with it, but still, it's like it's a little too dangerous. All right. Let's find this thing because yeah, about another 1,000 blocks in that direction, I think it is. Swords up. Bum 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 bum. Aha! Here it is. Here it is. They only need a few of them as well. So here's what we'll do. Go ahead and create a bit of a safe ground. I don't want us doing this without a bow is a really, really horrible idea. So what do? Alright. To sit here for a minute, figure out the best strat for this. Going in this without any kind of bow was kind of stupid, though. Go ahead and quickly make a tube bit high, bit right there. Alright. Now it's probably a good time to get this guy in the correct positioning. There you go. Call that helpful for right now. Okay. Close that guy off. Two. Quickly. That right there will keep us safe for the most part from the wither skeletons. It's the blazes that we need. It's a few of the blaze rods we need. Oh, this wart be helpful. I do have the string, so where I could make the bow. Yeah, actually, let's make a bow real quickly. That'll help us out. Time is 5:08. Take a look at the flight here soonish. Let's see here. Don't need that. So I don't have any arrows though. So what can I shoot? Poison dots? There's a wither skeleton. Don't need any of him yet. Keep this up. Give me those diamonds. Any day of the week. Get all that. Just need a few blaze rods. Just in case he tries anything funny. Blaze spawner right there. Go this way. Keep an eye out for the blaze rods. Or keep an eye out for any blazes. And the worst part about it is that we only need a few bits as well. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. Actually, this being right here is kind of helpful. Wither skeleton right there. Any blazes anywhere? That just gave me a jump scare. That just gave me a jump scare. Yeah, when it comes to the blazes, I don't have any arrows, so... That said, though, we're in the nether, so we have the means to get them. We're in the nether, and I have a little bit of wood on me. Is it nearly enough wood? But... No, but I mean... It's something over nothing. Alright, regen. Alright. Yeah. What now? Regen. We only need, like, 4 bits of blaze powder as well. We only need, like, 2-3 blaze rods as well. So it's like, really, theoretically, we could get away with only killing 1 or 2 of these guys. Where's the bastards? Come on now. Alright, let me go ahead and quickly arrange this in a way that actually makes it useful. Yes. Nice. How many is that? Just one? One right now is fine, though. See those guys? Do you see those guys right now? Any of them up here I need to be aware of. See what their skeletons. Alright. They might all be in there, to be honest. See another one of them. Until I can get over there, it kinda. There you go. Try to send one. Try to send one. Try to send one there, buddy. It's like, nah. I gotta take care of these with our skeletons first. Because there's one right there. He's thinking, you scared? That's what he's thinking. Alright, regen. Alright, we're gonna be in a standoff all day if this guy doesn't move. Behave now. You're gonna behave now. You're gonna behave now. Or is your aim really so bad that I'm just gonna... Damn. This guy really packs a punch. Alright, in that case, let me regen for a minute. Out of curiosity, does this work? Alright, well. Either sir would not give me much of an option. Now, in terms of this wither skeleton... Oh, there's a blaze spawner up there, isn't it? Isn't there? That's the issue. Right. Let's see here. In terms of this wither skeleton, don't think he's that much of a threat, to be honest. Not in comparison with what's most likely up there. So what do I see over here? I do see a blaze. All alone. Two. Give me a few more, please. Give me a few more, and then we can get out of this cursed place. And I am looking at the flight, by the way. I mean, we're doing Minecraft right now, but I am paying attention to the flight. Right there, sir. Get in there, mate. It's nice of you to tell me where you were. Of course, you've gone down there now. Damn this, you really have gone off the rails. Yeah, it might not be worth my time. But any that are over here. Down there leads to nothing. I've already been up there. Only 3 of them down there. Got a war on 2 fronts now. Three. You come on down for me. I mean, we got 3 now. Can you use it maybe a few more? Not right now, but now it's a good time for a little regen. Probably time for a bit of regen. For a minute. Yeah, it actually definitely is time for a bit of regen. You know, we could get arrows, but I mean, all right, definitely time for a bit of regen. Damn, the Scourge take a massive hit. All right, we got about an hour till touchdown, I think. Begin to take a look at everything in a moment. In terms of the flight. And to be honest, I think 3 blaze rods might have to cut it for right now because our fuel consumption or our food consumption is pretty damn bad right now. See that guy. Run away, run away, run away, run away, run away. Alright, I think I don't have much of a choice anymore. I think we need to find the safest way out of here. I think we need to find the safest way out of here, preferably without getting absolutely obliterated. Carrying a lot of stuff with us. Actually, the safest way out of here is just to simply climb up there. To be 100% honest. Three bits of blaze rod. Yeah, it's kind of a shame. I think we have to leave this fortress right here, right now. But to be honest, I don't really think I have that much of an option. I mean, I could try. Alright, you know what? What about this guy? That was close. That was close. That was close. I thought I was a goner right there for certain. All right, I think it's time we get out of here. All right. Well, let's see here. Anything down here that's worth trying to get? No. Yeah, no, I don't. I think we're done. I think we're done now. Alright, let's get back home then. Wrong door. Fuck. Have to go through this in order to get it back. Yeah, what about going through the nether roof? Because that might be a little safer than this right now. Yeah, we might be worth trying to go via the nether roof. or basically up at that level. Might be more worth than this method. Is that the same chest from earlier? Mine around and see what it's in that chest, because it's not the same chest from earlier. Diamonds. Take the diamonds, please. Maybe there's some blaze rods in one of these chests. Yeah, once again, we'll go ahead and get to this one. Another saddle. More gold. Yeah, yeah, let's try to get up to the rift another, because that'll probably be safer. Or we'll find like a big chunk of wall or whatever, and we'll go straight up with that, and then try to get back to 0-0. It's probably the best option right there. Fuck. I know exactly where that is, where that was. Well, the truth is I didn't have a chance there. It finally happened. Alright, well. If that's not a good marking point to call that, I don't know what is. Probably end up never going back there to get the stuff. Alright. Top descent is in about half an hour. Yeah, I knew that was probably gonna happen. Let's see where we are on the map. Alright. Lumbee in 183 nautical miles. Roger. And what are we looking like in terms of ATC? None. Alright. But in terms of this, 7-7 left. Okay. You have a single runway. Out of curiosity, what's New Zealand's big airport? Is it Delta November? It might be. I don't know. I don't know. What's this one? Small one. I don't know what. I don't know what their big airport is. This guy? No. Anyway. Alright. Anyway, I'm going to go quickly use the restroom. And I'll be back in a few moments. Be right back. Back from the restroom. Alright. Let's see here. That's a good. That's some good views. Yeah, I'm curious about this. What is New Zealand's big main airport? I'm gonna look this up. I'm even gonna look this up because I don't know. Okay, capital of New Zealand, Wellington. Okay, we're going to the old capital of Auckland, by the way. Over to Wellington. Which brings us to this airport right here. Info. That is their main airport. Okay, and that right there is where we're going. So, actually, we do not have that long till we arrive. Alright. So, in terms of this arrival, you're on the Lunby 1 November, which calls for Genway at or above 10,000 and Dormy at above 900,000. The airfield is right there. We are expecting approach, we are expecting 2-3 left. It is. Ooh, we have RNAV. RNAV. Why is it all RNAV approaches? Okay, you do have the ILS, but okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try out the RNAV. Oh, we are going to try out the RNAV. Circle to land RNAV. That's what we're gonna try out. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Yeah, circle to land arrival. Alright. In terms of this airport, though, we have a we have an 11,000 foot runway, so that's fine. International terminal over there. Okay, noted. Noted. Yeah, we're gonna take the RNAV X-ray arrival because that'll make it fun. Yeah, we're gonna take the RNAV X-ray arrival into Auckland, which is gonna make it fun. Great. 360 on the Barrow. Okay. Let's take a look here. NZAA, runway 23 left. Wait, what? 23 left. And where's the other fucking runway? Why is it 23 left? 23 left. Why the fuck is it 23 left then? Unless there's like a water runway right here, but I'm not seeing one. Interesting. See if I want. I'm gonna deal with something real quickly. Yeah, I want. Apologies about that. Back now. So, we are going to take the RNAV X-ray for 3-3 left. I don't understand how it's 3-3 left, to be crystal clear. I don't understand how it's 3-3 left. We are on the Lunby. Damn, how many of them are there? Insert. Alright, there we go. The current wind for Auckland is 220 degrees 7 knots. Hang on, we never changed our squawk code. shit. How the fuck did we never change our squawk code? I should have caught it. That's right, you guys. I'm just realizing we never changed our squawk code earlier. 2111. 1211. How the fuck could we get off the ground without changing our squawk code? No fucking clue. Like I said, this will be our final like for the night because I'm getting a little sleepy. Not gonna lie about me getting a little sleepy. Do 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 do. Let's see here. What's our ETA? 725. Let's see. I need to actually just speed up there because we have the speed. We have more than enough fuel to get there. We have more than enough fuel. I'm gonna try to speed up the final bits. But don't. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Alright. Right now we get to continue to throw in some destination data, some more destination data here soon. About 10 minutes or so. Let's see here. Checking my email. Nothing special about the email. Elon Musk is going to become the world's first trillionaire, most likely. Alright. Oh dear. Here, someone's putting an idea that says, all it takes is 9 House Republicans to support a motion to vacate the chair and put Johnson out of a job. Oh dear. Oh dear. That would be bad if that were to happen. That would be bad if that were to happen. With that said, though, it might actually work to reopen the government. It might actually work. So. Anyway. Yep. We're gonna throw in some more destination data soonish. We're gonna wait a few minutes. Yeah, we're gonna wait a few minutes, but yeah, we're gonna throw it in here soonish. GTA 6 will now be released in a year. Oh dear. Anything else new? Nope. Holy. Disney Plus price increase from $79.99 to $159.99 starting November 19th. What the fuck? Holy shit. That's insane. That's insane there, mate. Alright. Let's see here. Yeah, we'll wait another 5 minutes or so, and then we'll go and begin to do a proper briefing on our descent into Auckland, which will be taking a circle to land arrival. Alright. So I'm running into this topic in a moment. I'm just going to put it on X first. Alright, so Elon Musk is going to become the world's... I mean, he's already the world's richest person. But he's gonna become a trillionaire here soon. After Tesla just approved a massive pay package for him. I just want to put that in perspective for you. Okay. If you earned $1 for every second, right? So $1 every single second. After a minute, you'd have $60. Okay, if you earn $60 a minute or $1 for every second you live. Okay, it would take you 31 and a half years to acquire $1 billion. It took you 31 and a half years to acquire $1 billion. Okay. And that's without spending a cent, by the way. That's without spending a single penny of it. Now, that's $1 billion right there. 1 billion is already so incomprehensible to the human mind. It's Corridor Crew a few years back threw out a great video on this stuff, and yeah, so Corridor Crew a few years back put out a great video on it, on just how incomprehensible the word billion is. Okay. Elon Musk is about to become the world's first true trillionaire. Right, he's going to have a total of $1 trillion at his disposal. Apologies. That is $1 billion is 1/1000th of $1 trillion. And it already take earning a dollar every second for 31 and a half years. Actually, I think it's a little over than that. I think it's actually like 31.6 years or whatever. Anyway, for over 31 and a half years, earning $1 a second, you earn 1/10 of what Elon Musk's net worth is about to be. Sorry, you earn 1/1000th. And this brings an interesting point, and we're gonna go ahead and begin. I'm gonna begin to look at our thing in a moment. Just to say it, if you were to stack pennies all the way to the sun and back, that still wouldn't reach. That still would not reach $1 billion. So, just saying. But it brings up an interesting question of, should people really be allowed to have this much wealth? Should it really be allowable? And my answer is absolutely not. Because when you have this kind of wealth, you get greedy. When you have this kind of wealth, you get greedy. Yeah. When you have this kind of wealth, you begin to get really, really greedy, and you begin to not care about people. You get really snobbish. You begin to not really care about people in any capacity. And at a certain level, that's just straight up wrong. And I'm calling it out now because refusal to call out darkness and refusal to call out bullshit and refusal to call out evilness, and when people are wrong, kind of makes you an accomplice. Right, that's how Hitler came to power. That's how Trump's come to power. That's how Stalin went to power. That's how Mussolini got to power. Right. That's how Putin went to power, or gained power, by people refusing to call out very, very dangerous and bad moves. Kind of just let them. And so I'm calling it out now. No one, under any circumstances, should be allowed to even consider the idea that they might one day have $1 trillion. Right? let alone actually have that. Okay. So I'm just saying that now to get it off my chest, because I feel like it is kind of outrageous that Elon Musk can have a net worth of $1 trillion. And he's gonna have that net worth here soon, by the way. Now, I do want to point out, to his credit, he has worked hard and he has earned a lot of it. With that said, though, while people are working paycheck to paycheck, you have $1 trillion and you're influencing the very people who make their lives worse. That's where the issue comes in. Another thing to Elon Musk's credit is that just because his net worth is $1 trillion doesn't mean if he were to sell everything that he'd actually then have $1 trillion, right? I just want to point that. I just want to quickly point that out as well, right? Because let's say that someone got hold. Let's say that he owns like 50% of Tesla. I don't know what he owns off the top of my head, but let's say that Elon Musk owns half of Tesla, right? And the other half is owned by the shareholders. I don't know what it is in real life. I'm taking like we got about 80 miles to our top of the sun. We'll throw it in a moment. He has to make a filing that's, legally speaking, he has to make a filing that says he's gonna dump all these shares onto the market. And just word of that filing getting out might plummet the price by like 50%. And so, if half his net worth is made up in Tesla, then he might lose. Then he could easily lose $500 billion. And yeah. Anyway, the point is that just because his net worth is actually $1 trillion doesn't actually mean that if he were to cash everything out, that he'd actually end up with $1 trillion in hand. Not to mention, I don't think that the banks even have that much money on disposal, right? So theoretically, it would just be a bank note that says, "Oh, hey, we owe you $1 trillion from J.P. Morgan or someone, or from a bunch of banks, right?" So I just want to keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind as well. But still, it's insane. It's the most out of basically any human being. It's insane, and I think that if anyone were to gather that much money, right? Again, I can agree with someone having $1 billion. I have no problem with someone having $1 billion. I have no problem with someone having that, and here's the reason why. Some people actually legitimately earn the $1 billion. I'm okay with people having $10 billion, right? Someone builds a really successful business, built on helping lives, built on technology, maybe some kind of new medical thing, and someone builds a company, and then someone bigger comes along and says that they want to buy out that company for $10 billion or however much it's worth. That's fine. I'm not saying that that's wrong, right? You earned every single penny of that. Just pay your taxes and you'll be fine. But $10 billion is 1/100th of $1 trillion. So we get Tower Online. We got Tower Online, yay, 118. 700. Got November Zulu Alpha. We have Auckland Tower. Yay! coming online, and then we will pick up ATIS in a moment. So, actually, let's tune in ATIS real quickly. 127 decimal 800. 127 decimal 800, right? You might be still getting it up. We're gonna begin our descent now. Flight level 100. Auckland traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa Heavy. Beginning descent now, flight level 100 via the Lundby 1 November arrival. Currently expecting an ILS. Auckland traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa Heavy. Beginning descent now, flight level 100. Via the Lundby 1 November arrival into Auckland. Currently expecting an RNAV X-ray for runway 23 left. Auckland traffic. Alright, let's see here. We may have to get it. Welcome back, Aviation Lover. We are currently at Auckland. We're about to begin our descent now. And we just got Tower online. Yay! And he's still putting up the ITIS.
Auckland Information Hotel
There we go.
0663 Zulu. Expect ILS approach runway 23 left. Runway condition dry. Surface wind 200 degrees 7 knots. Visibility more than 10 kilometers. No cloud detected.
I see here.
Temperature 2.15. QNH 1016. On first contact with Auckland ATC, notify receipt of hotel.
Alright. We might have.
Auckland Information Hotel issued at 0663 Zulu. Expect ILS approach runway 23 left. Runway condition dry. Surface wind 200 degrees 7 knots. Visibility more than 10 kilometers. No cloud detected. Temperature 2.15. QNH 1016. On first contact with Auckland ATC, notify receipt.
To answer the question, yes. This will be our last leg. And we're currently expecting to land here soonish. About 25 minutes or so. Anyway, let's go ahead and get our descent in. They really want us on an ILS approach. And so I was gonna go with the circle to land approach, but then Tower hopped online. The RNAV X-ray. Let's see here. Yeah, the RNAV X-ray is a circle to land approach. So, actually, let me just find out. Let me see here. Yeah, okay, prop in the cans. Okay. Let's see here. Or about, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna quickly send a Tower direct message asking if we can get the RNAV X-ray for G3 left. Let's see here. It is currently 1:59 a.m. Here in Baltimore. But I'm a night guy, and I don't go to work until like 2 or 3 in the afternoon, so I'm fine. So the only reason I'm a little tired, I'm a little tired tonight. The only reason for it is because we have some people who are incompetent right now at work, and they've been driving me nuts. So anyway, let's see here. Just send. Alright, this guy just said I have nothing else inbound, so it's fine. It's fine by me. No, it's well, we have to remember time zones. It's not 4 a.m. yet. It's 2 a.m. So, okay. Thank you. We are cleared for the RNAV X-ray. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's see. Yeah. Contact you. Sorry, I'm talking to Tower real quickly. We are cleared RNAV X-ray. Circle to land approach. Into Auckland. Alright. We are cleared for... Alright. So, Kadag, Summer. Hang on, let me just verify this. Currently estimating... $727. Alright, let's see here. Lagut. From Kadag, we have to go to... Hang on 1 second. What's that waypoint there? Alright. We need to throw in some destination data. Okay. We can go ahead and pull our speed back a little. Why are we nosediving? We don't need to be nosediving. Thank you. No, I know why we are nosediving. It's because the plane sucks. Alright. Sorry. Time for me to focus for a second. Performance. Approach. The current wind, I just wrote it down somewhere, is 200 degrees 7. Current wind is 200 at 7. Temperature 21. QNH 1016. And then on the borrow, I think it's 320 if I'm not mistaken. 360 on the borrow. Flaps full, yes. Alright, and I do wish we had begun our descent a little earlier. What's this thing recommending right now? So, Kadag. Oh, that's in case you go around. Do we have a hold anywhere? To maintain decent rate of descent, please. It's good. Maintain our decent rate of descent. My job is working out a shitty restaurant place. Actually, a pretty good restaurant place. That's my job. Just the people have been annoying, and shift leaders have not been doing what they should be doing recently. Which I am a shift leader, and so I know how it is. But still, we should be doing a little bit better, especially for a company that prides itself so much on taking care of customers correctly. Auckland traffic speedbird 35 Hoppa slowing now to 40 knots for descent. Auckland traffic. Alright, we need to go just direct to... Why is this all messed up? Is there a hold somewhere? There's a hold at MRAG. Where's MRAG? Apologies. We are an A350 1000. It's an A350 1000. Absolutely gorgeous, by the way. And that's never a good idea when you see that. Okay. Radar vectors for a minute. Auckland traffic speedbird 35 Hoppa is going to break off the arrival for a second. Vectors for descent. Auckland traffic. We'll just do a little holding pattern right here for right now. No, it's the A350 1000. Because BA does not actually operate the 900 yet. Yet, that is. They are going to end up operating it as soon as they can get an order in. Or as soon as they can receive their order. It's still a relatively new aircraft, so... Alright, let's see here. Just gonna do a few 360s right now. Sorry, VNav completely fucked me over. Like, completely fucked me over on this approach. Okay, and for the RNAV, we need to be at 6,000, but at KIDAG. Okay, noted. We need to be at 6,000 at KIDAG, so... Auckland traffic speedbird 35 Hoppa is just going to do a few 360s for descent reasons. Right here. Around Dormy. Auckland traffic. Alright. And Auckland traffic speedbird at 35 Hoppa heavy, descending now altitude 6,000 feet. We're currently passing 17, check flight 170, Auckland traffic. Alright. Start communicating. I am communicating with the tower right now. Then towers on 118.700. QNH is 1016. Towers on 118.700. Auckland traffic speedbird 35 Papa slowing speed now to 00 knots. Auckland traffic. Alright, let's figure out this. So we need to go... Hang on. VBAG. Wait, what? Alright. Here's the new plan. Here's a new plan. Auckland traffic speedbird 35 Papa Heavy is going to do one final orbit, and then once we're done with this orbit, we are going to go direct to Kadag. That is waypoint Kilo India Delta Alpha Golf, and that is on the RNAV X-ray arrival for 23 left. Auckland traffic. Landing lights are already on. Wonderful. Alright, we'll just do one final orbit here for descent. Hopefully that helps us out a little. Now there is an official hold, but I don't exactly want to follow it. So, whoops, whatever. Now in terms of this RNAV arrival, go and get that up. SIDAG, and then yeah. Sorry. We go to Kadag, then to Summer, then to Lagut, and essentially it's 3-degree glide slope. It's on the RNF, it's a circle land approach. By Dunad, it's about a 3-mile final. So there is basically 0 room for error. In case of go around, it is 3,000 with a heading of 261 degrees. That is in case of go around. Yeah, VNAV completely fucked us over right there. VNAV completely fucked us over. Don't know how the fuck that happened. Alright, we're just gonna go ahead and go ahead and finish up this orbit right here. Then we'll go ahead and go direct to Kadag. For right now, though, we can go ahead and do that. Speed 190 knots for now. Alright. Auckland traffic speedbird 35 Papa Heavy, slowing speed now 190 knots. Leveled at 6,000. Turning direct to Kadag now for the RNAV X-ray for runway 23 left. Auckland traffic. There we go. You know, Auckland actually used to be the capital of New Zealand until 18 something something. I know because I just looked it up. So. And someone's sending messages in the Discord that I probably should not be paying attention to right now. Just going through the through that right there for right now. 13 miles too. Let's see here. Any kind of speed restriction for this? No, not really. That said, I kind of would like to be mostly set up by the time we turn final, or sorry, by the time we enter this. So we have about 15 miles before we join it. That's fine. Speed now, 180 knots. More flaps now. Go ahead and give you all the yoke cam now, or today the side stick cam. Alright. In terms of the 360, that definitely helped us out. Seatbelts are on. Everything is on. Buzz the cabin, please. Ground spoilers armed. Current fuel on board 19.2. I do not know what this environment looks like, but from my understanding, based on the maps, it is the airfield is somewhere over there. Can we get the yeah, can I get that up, please? Thank you very much. Go ahead and get that up. Because this is an RNAV approach, we should be able to fly the thing. This thing, oh, I should pick it up in a moment. RNAV X-ray, runway 33 left. And I don't understand how it's 33 left. It's a singular runway airport. Okay. Go and get our gear down now. Go and prepare ourselves for this. Auto brake can go ahead and go on now. Auto brake medium, we can go auto brake low actually. And just to verify, at Kidag, yes, it's altitude 6,000 feet at Kidag. All right. Try not to make a massive mess of this ourselves. Approach mode on. And in a moment, we'll go ahead and contact tower. Because we need any weather. If the RNAVX are great. Yes, it is. There we go. Final call on Unicom. Speedbird, Auckland traffic Speedbird 35 Papa entering into the RNAV X-ray for runway 23 left at Auckland. Auckland traffic. Alright, we'll go ahead and contact tower in a few moments. RNAV X-ray. Alright, let's see here. Do I have the field in sight yet? Not quite yet. That should be over there somewhere. Alright. Go ahead and contact tower in a moment. This is where the concentration begins. Gears down, ground spoilers are armed. Flaps full now. Landing lights are on. Let's take off. Perfect. If I knew it was going to be like this, I would have done the ILS. Very, very interesting, not true RNAV approach, somehow. Alright. And Auckland Tower, Speedbird 35 Papa Heavy is with you on the RNAV X-ray for 23 left.
Speedbird 35 Auckland Tower, good evening. Information India 1016. Continue approaching number 1.
Continue approach number 1, QNH 1016, Speedbird 35 Papa. Alright. Go ahead and take this over by hand in a moment. Go ahead and take this over by hand in about 30 seconds. 5, 4. And now we'll wait another few moments. Alright. Now the pressure's on now. Pressure's on now.
Singapore 21 November, Auckland Tower, good evening. Reduced strength 5.
Good evening. Thank you very much.
Alright. Take this over by hand. That's here. -6, -5. Alright. take this over by hand in a moment. Alright. 5, 4, 3, 2.
2,500.
Singapore 21 November, cleared to Narita. Other flight planned route Belra to Papa departure. Dugan at transition, squawk 0237.
My controls. Just go ahead and correct that as appropriate. Noted.
Speedbird 35 Papa, runway 23 left, cleared to land.
Clear to land, 23 left. Speedbird 35 Papa. I have the runway in sight now.
Singapore 21 November clear to Narita as filed. Belfort 2 Papa. Dugan transition squawk 0267.
Singapore 21 November, the squawk 0237.
0237.
Singapore 21 November.
Now. Runway is in sight. Cleared to land.
Open tower, Qantas 174, who's taxi then.
It's Qantas 174, taxi, holding point Alpha 2 via Bravo and Bravo 2.
Alpha 2 via Bravo, and Bravo 2, Qantas 174.
Alright.
Singapore 21 November request for push and start.
Singapore 21 November, hold position on the gate. There'll be an A340 to taxi behind you
2,
shortly.
3, left.
Noted.
Yep, we are holding position. I can see that.
Alright. Then on the low side.
Philippine 2531, taxi holding point Alpha 1 via Kilo and Alpha.
Continue approach. Alright, come on now. Let's do this. 300 noted.
Minimum.
Continue approach. Stable approach, runways in sight, cleared to land.
Singapore 21 November, squawk mode Charlie, please.
200.
Squawk mode Charlie.
100, 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10, 5.
It's a bit hard.
Singapore 21 November, give way to the Philippine A340 taxiing behind you. Push it
Bit
south,
hard.
Proves tail west on Foxtrot.
West on Foxtrot, push and start approved after the A340.
Come on now. Circle to land approach. Yeah. Those pappies are a little off. That could have been better. That could have been a whole lot better.
Speedbird 35 Papa, welcome to Auckland. Do you have a stand preference this evening?
No, we do not. For Speedbird 35 Papa.
Speedbird 35 Papa, Dookie. Vacate Alpha 8, right turn on Alpha, hold short of Kilo.
Right turn on Alpha, hold short of Kilo for Speedbird 35 Papa. Alright, where does that look like? It was not as good as it could have been. Okay, flaps away. Ground spoilers away. Nose lights to taxi. APU can go ahead and go on.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination.
going towards Kilo, right? Yeah. Right turn on Alpha, hold short of Kilo. And this is the Kilo taxiway right there. Alright. Gotta pen up. That's why.
Evening,
Speedbird 35
New
Papa.
Zealand
You can make the
3479
second left onto Juliet and take any stamps 2, 4, 6 or 8.
Blocked.
Speedbird 35 Papa. Take the second left onto Juliet and take any stand you like down there 2, 4, 6 or 8.
Second left on Juliet, and then any stand, we'll probably go with stand 2. For Speedbird 35 Papa. Alright.
Good evening, New Zealand Tower. New Zealand 3479 with information India on board requesting I-5 to Crown, Sydney.
New Zealand 3479 Auckland Tower, good evening. Information India, QNH1016. Cleared to Sydney via flight planned route. OSRAP to Papa departure, Maydet transition, squawk 0212.
Cleared to Sydney as filed. ASRAP to Papa departure, Menrap transition, squawking 0212 New Zealand 3479.
New Zealand 3479.
Singapore 21 November, we are ready for taxi.
Singapore 21 November Super taxi holding point Alpha 1 Alpha by Kilo and Alpha.
Let's see here.
Singapore 21 November, taxi via Alpha 1 Alpha, Kilo Alpha.
Singapore 21 November Super holding point Alpha 1 Alpha via Kilo and Alpha.
Got Super here.
Singapore 21 November, holding point Alpha 1 Alpha via Kilo Alpha.
Twin Tower, Qantas 174, ready for departure.
Qantas 174 airborne monitor Unicom 122 decimal 8 runway 23 left cleared for takeoff.
Airborne over Unicom 122, runway 23 left, takeoff, Qantas 174, open up.
So yeah.
Alright. Yeah, the scenery's not great. Let's see here. Going to stand 4, apparently, but, I mean, the scenery is so bad, I mean, I can't really even park, to be honest. Can't even really park. The scenery is so bad. Oof. Oof, the scenery is yuck. I'll just take... This is apparently stand 4, so... I know the brakes are hot. You're gonna have like a whole 48 hours to cool down, I think, brakes. So, shut up. Alright. Trying to beat your best friend in subs. I don't go after subs, so I don't know how to help you. I don't go after subs. I go after decent content. So I really don't know how to help you. Engine number 1, engine number 2 shut down. Beacon lights off. Close this flight. This flight here is not going to be anything to write home about. 8.41. No beacon lights required for 465 seconds. So, off center line landing. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. But that's the no beacon lights did knock off the whole point. If this was...
Philippine 253, runway 23 left, line up.
Line up and wing. At runway 23 left.
Damn, this guy's quite busy right now. Interesting how we were on the, how we approved us to be on the RNAV. I don't know. Anyway, that is going to do it for me. Thank you all so much for tuning in. See y'all tonight. Probably around 9:30, 9:45-ish for a weekly Heathrow to Baltimore. We have to do it tonight, or else we can't do next week's because I don't have an aircraft at Baltimore right now. Anyway, that's gonna do it for me for tonight. Thank you all so much for tuning in. So I got a little distracted. Sorry, I haven't been my best today. Hopefully tonight will be a whole lot better. I'm the one in charge at work tonight, so everything should go to plan, and everything should go smoothly, I hope.
Philippine 2531, airborne 1 at Unicom 122, decimal 8, runway 23 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff to the left, and once airborne Unicom 122, heavy. Take a beer safe.
See ya.
And Speedbird 35 Alpha hopping off now. Thank you for your services. Have a nice night.
Towards Bravo, then Alpha.
All right, we have disconnected from VATSIM. All right, the plane is the equivalent of shutdown. Yeah. Anyway, that's gonna do it for me. I should see you all tonight. See ya. So long.